Morning all. Bet you they make shoes. How are we, sound and picture-wise? Mate, welcome back. Glad to hear you're okay. People were asking for you. Brian, that's why I got here early. I had a look this morning and I seen the 100th anniversary A320neo was in, so I said we'll get that. I had hoped to get the Iceland Air 757, but set up gremlins as usual.
Over 2 minutes now behind the traffic ahead, wind 140 degrees, 13 knots, looking 20, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff. Bye. Take off, runway 10 right. Ryanair 550 kilo, good morning, line up and wait, runway 10 right. Up and right, line around the right, line up,
Hey Galicious, thank you for 2 months. So at the top of your screens, for today's purposes, we do have a departure display.
Kilo wind 130 degrees, 14 knots, looking 20, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff. Flight. Takeoff, runway 10 right, goodbye, line up, 70 kilo.
I don't normally use that, but we're going to be under rain conditions for most of the stream, so getting to the phone to see flight radar is going to be harder.
Sherman 50, Victor, line up and wait, runway 10 right. Line up and wait, Sherman 50, Victor.
Every time so far a DHL truck has gone by. I spoke badly of Daryl about 2 weeks ago. I think it's his revenge. I did want to go for the pillars, however, El Socco will show you the angle of attack for rain. Would have been straight in on top of the lens, so we opted for this side. George, good morning to you. ERB, KC, Brian. Who else is there? We said hello to May. Sheila, how do?
Right, clear for takeoff. Bye-bye. Clear takeoff, 10 right, Sherman 50.
El Ray, Sarah Jane. On the plus side, I did survive the man flu. But no more duff, man. Oh yeah. So, I was working Saturday morning when Dean departed to Porto. For those of you that haven't seen it, have a quick look at the video in the Discord group under the Planespotting section. It is probably my best work to date, as Sarah Jane said. Dubjet Brian, KC. Come on, keep coming. All the way down. May, it's drizzling. There is expected to be a heavier period of rain in about an hour or two for a little while. I'm going to do my best, Adrian, and hope to dodge it. If a truck didn't keep getting in the way, you'd be able to see it.
Juliet, wind 140 degrees, 9 knots, and runway 10 right, this takeoff on. Here, takeoff 10 right, Kadesh, Shamrock 132. Number 979 is power, mark line of 10 right, wait. Qatar, Lufthansa 979, 10 right, in the wait. Lufthansa 979er, wind is 130 degrees and it's 7 knots now, got 18.
Retro getting jealous, look.
Take off.
Gotcha.
979, runway 10 right, please. Take off, 27 ST.
Right, sure. That's all I came for. I'm off home. Twas a small Wookie you heard from the Neo, Brian. Robert, how do? Yeah, we're kind of in a little lull at the moment in between what's forecast rain-wise. So it is to deteriorate. Can you imagine? Here for one plane and then go home. Andy, you are most welcome. Like I said, I wasn't meant to start until around 12, after 12, but when I seen that, I got myself up early.
Before Whiskey Delta, today, 06 available if you can take that. If I will take 06 for Whiskey Delta. Check for Whiskey Delta 06, the line up on me 10 right, please. Why is 06 line up and wait? On me 10 right, jump for Whiskey Delta.
I am only using one of the small microphones today just because we're beside the road and there is going to be a bit of wind. Let me know if it's okay. If I need the second one, I can go get it. It's just over in the van. Chat soon, Andy. Johnny in Nace, thank you very much. Much appreciated. I do apologise for my absence. Obviously, we done the bank holiday Monday last week, and then I curled up in a ball and died for 2-3 days. And then obviously work prevented me from streaming too.
Running 7 kilo X-ray, good afternoon, Sierra 7 full length, line up on me 10 right and wait. Sierra 7 full length, we line up on right, 10 right, running 7 kilo X-ray.
So you see there's a sign here all down the side just here, in particularly just up behind the little red building. At the weekend was completely flooded, the ditch area here and into airside. Obviously they created a kind of natural slope for the water there, so it all pooled around here. You can just see that what's left over it on the ground there. Also, Adrian was here yesterday and they were back taxiing on 10 right. There was a surface breakup on the Sierra taxiway. So all departing aircraft were taxiing onto the runway at Sierra 2, coming off at Sierra 5 and departing this end. Daniel, welcome along. Minus 17 degrees Celsius in Connecticut. No, you're okay, thanks.
Runner 7 kilo X-ray, wind 140 degrees, 11 knots, and runway 10 right, clear for takeoff, see ya. 10 right, clear for takeoff, right into the connector line.
Amazing channel. Thanks, you're most welcome, and thank you very much for the nice words. Rory, we used to use it a fair bit. Some people moaned that it was a distraction on the screen, but to be fair, when it's like this and I'm not going to be able to get to my phone to tell you what these flights are, it's probably best to default to have something like that up the top.
Air Force 1323, good day. Spot time start in 5.5 minutes. Take the full length here at 7, line up runway 10 right, 10 please. Copy, ETRT information is in the last minute, and then we'll put the full length runway 10 right clear to line up with the flow 136.
Air Portugal being told they're too early. Not a bad thing. ERB bragging with his 30 degrees. So our Qatar is delayed an hour today. Brian says won't be arriving until 1:30. So that means probably around a 3 o'clock, 3:05 departure. It's okay, we're here till about 4:30 hopefully. Noosh, how do? There's a Jet 2 321 due out for a test flight around lunchtime. Nice. There was a number of Jet 2 aircraft in Dublin over the weekend for the rugby charters. I think we might get a slight reprieve from the wet weather this weekend. It's going to get cold apparently, isn't it? Fella cycling a bike with an umbrella up. Wow. See now, I obviously, because I do be looking to see what could be useful here at the airport. You can get the umbrellas that attach to your head now. It's like a hat. And for a moment, I did think about it. And then I remembered by the time I wore it to the airport here and got home, I probably wouldn't be married anymore. Would you? Retro due out again around 1:45, Ado says. Planned technical glitches scheduled. I'll throw one little glitch in between now and then just to make it look like it's legit. It'll be alright. George, I seen that there's snow potential. DHL are out to get me. What did I do? Something loud and proppy overhead. Aircorp Pilatus PC-12 is what we heard. On its way to London. Did DHL take over the blocking contract from On Post? Uh-oh. DNR Rail, welcome along. George says, was in Kilkenny at the weekend. Weather was sunny. Got to Dublin. Guess what? Rain. Yeah. I'll be glad to see the back of the rain, to be honest with you. It makes what we do 100 times harder. Not for me, it's more about the equipment than anything else. I'm sure Adrian will share the concern. The fear of damaging the gear is real.
Target 80, 4617 available to your choice. Here, 6 Sherman. Sherman 164, the line up for me 10 right. 6 back up 10, Mike Sherman.
I think I had Sierra 6 for this one, unfortunately. Went by it, didn't I? Yes, I did. Anka, welcome along, and Patricia, how do? Stuart, good morning from Manchester. Mind your loafs. The Bicky Bandits in chat. At the weekend, she told us she was freezing the Jaffa cakes so they do more damage. Kiarka. How do?
Wind 140, V 12 knots, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff, take care. Take 10 right, jump 16.
Jer and Carlo, afternoon to you.
1058, tower, today, clear up 678 to your state. Number 158, we'll use the full length of our way. Traffic 1158, roger, clear up 7, line up runway 10 right. Wait, clear up, they'll line up runway 10 right, up straight 1158.
So, Pegasus opting for full length, thankfully. One of the best days of the year occurs this month. Oh yeah, Graham and Will's birthdays. Graham, thank you very much. Graham, after gifting 5 memberships. It's getting bing bong everywhere.
Logan 36 Mike Juliet, Tower G'day. As number 2, are you able for a Sierra 6 departure? A5 Able Sierra 6, Logan 36 Mike Juliet. As your Logan 36 Mike Juliet, thanks, taxi Sierra 6, but hold short on runway 10 right to number 2. Taxi Sierra 6, to hold short, 10 right, Logan 36 Mike Juliet. Third 1158, 120 degrees, liner not cut, 20, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff, clear. Shamrock 11, Tango, Tower G'day, left is full length, and with caution ATR 06, but they'll be lining up there. Logan 36 Mike Juliet, Sierra 6, line up running 10 right. Line up await, 10 right, 5 Sierra 6, 36 Mike Juliet. Hey, for be ready, I'll call you very shortly. Shamrock 11 Tango, full length Sierra 7, line up running 10 right and wait. Line up 10 right and wait.
I wonder, now that he's not afraid of ATRs anymore, what he's going to call this. Can't be the Tartan Terror anymore. Oh, Pancake Day. Yeah, Pancake Tuesday. Thought you were going to go all mushy, Sarah Jane, and say Valentine's Day. That's why I made the joke about the birthdays. All right, he stole it off you. Okay. Sorry. My wife said, Will is the best Valentine's Day present she ever got, and she doesn't need more ever again. Woo! And lesser men would have believed that. Could you imagine? No, I didn't get you. Why? Oh, you said Will's the best present ever.
Tango, wind 1230, 12 knots, runway 10 right, left, take off on course. Take off runway 10 right,
We've had a very different winter schedule this year compared to last year. If those of you that were here last year remember, we had frequent 30-minute gaps multiple times during the stream. So, on average, just because I'm sad and I monitor these things, our winter schedule last year had anywhere between 400 and 500 movements on normal days. Obviously the busier days for the weekends, like being Friday and Sunday for weekend trips or whatever. But this year we've seen one day around 450, but most days are averaging above 500 to 600. Like even today, there's 650 aircraft movements. For a Monday during the winter schedule, that's not bad. Adrian was here yesterday. For the Widerøe E295 departure, and it was a mega Wookie.
That should be down now. Like that. So, vehicle might be 1.0, 1 knots, 1 right. Take off, well, do it, take off.
Brian, spitting facts. Traffic is up 14% year on year. Allegedly, the government are going to have legislation ready this week to completely remove the passenger cap. Allegedly. George, chat soon. So, all going to plan. There will hopefully be three streams this week. Today, Wednesday and Friday. It's looking like we've a number of rugby charters, possibly Thursday or Friday. So I will monitor and plan accordingly. I believe Isa is coming in either Thursday or Friday as well, so that'll be nice. Three days and counting till going to Amsterdam with the husband and kids from Dublin. Youngest boys, first ever flight. Can't wait. Nice, Neve. Nice. Neve, one of the days, if you can plan it, jump on the train and go out towards The Hague and the big wheel there at the, bring the kids on the wheel out at the seafront. Can't remember the name of the place, even though I was there twice. Getting around in Amsterdam is just so easy. Trains and trams everywhere. There's a, where that wheel is, Neve, there's an aquarium as well for the kids. A walk through aquarium takes about an hour and a half, and it's quite good. Kids will love it. Philly, welcome to the Spotters Club. The name of the place is Shavingen. Brian gonna slap me. I know Brian told me how to say that the last time. But yeah, it's the Skyview wheel. Scheveningen. Again, sounds like something that can only be said in Sean Connery's voice. And Neve, the biggest advice, and I don't know whether others will say this or not, get the 3-day pass for the trams. It's unlimited travel on the trams. I think it's €18. Helps you get around quite easily. Failing that, there's an app you can get on your phone that lets you tap on and off the trams as you get on. That app is called OV Pay. It's quite good, works on the trains too. I'm correct in saying ERB is a Friday the 13th next month as well, I think, because of only being 28 days in February. Anka says, last time I was there, I paid with my phone. Yeah, we done similar. So the first time I was there, I got the 3-day pass because I was relying on the trams quite a bit. We weren't going to be moving us around as much this time. So I just went with the app on the phone. You tap on, you tap off, all done. Might not stream now Friday the 13th. Never know what might happen. There is an A330 on taxi. SAS first up. Patricia, I wouldn't be a big fan of Amsterdam itself, but The Hague is lovely. I've been there twice now. Lorenzo, welcome. Scary, welcome. How are you? Carol, how do? Just about survive, Carol. I told Will he was going to have to continue the Dubjet legacy. Didn't know whether I was going to make it or not, you know. Wonder will the Ryanair try sneak out on 6? I wasn't listening to the ATC. Yes, they will. Rob, afternoon to you. I'm going to stick with the 330. Just turning my phone off. They're talking about hugs in chat. I'm out.
Charlotte 961, wind is 120,
Hello. Yep, so the Lufty was just before midday. Michael's asking, just curious, how old do aircraft have to be before they're retired? The 330s are getting old. So there are two Aer Lingus A330s, DAA, and I think is it Duo? They're both 24 years old. They've just repainted them, so they're not going anywhere just yet.
Hey, firm, I'm happy with the Air 6, Ryanair 87 Alpha Alpha. I'm fully ready.
You do see during the summer United operate 757s that are 28, 29 years old. So again, Michael, it's not really based on age though, so it's based on pressurization cycles and maintenance. So basically the age, the aircraft's lifespan is measured on pressurization cycles, the amount of stress the body of the plane can take over repeated pressurization cycles at high altitude. Because technically they could be replacing parts of the plane the whole time that could keep it going forever, but over time the risk of stress fractures from pressurization at high altitude is what they deem as basically the risk factor for the age of the aircraft. At the moment I think they're designed for around, what, 25, 30 years out of the factory. So the servicing for aircraft, we have A checks and B checks, which are basically fairly regular interval checks of the aircraft, and then you have heavy maintenance, which is C and D checks. A D check is basically the whole plane is taken apart and put back together again. We did have a number of the Aer Lingus A330s last year. Spent a month or two in Bordeaux for C checks, but D checks is basically the aircraft is stripped down to nothing and rebuilt again. So my understanding with the likes of the Aer Lingus EIDAA, I believe DAA, if you have a look at the website airfleets.net or .com, I believe EIDAA went into storage for a number of years after COVID, which has obviously spared it somewhat. So it's not up there on pressurization cycles like it would be if COVID had never have happened. BRB says, nice info, Paul. Remember the plane that lost part of its roof due to stress years ago when it was approaching Honolulu? It's no different than the MD-11s. So the part that failed on the MD-11 was identified 10 years ago as a structural risk for failure due to ongoing stress, due to the amount of, basically, for this one, the amount of pressure being applied to that joint on the MD-11 meant it was already flagged as a possible point of failure, and they were to be inspected at set intervals. I believe it was 5 years. So it's just unfortunate for the one that happened last year. It was in between intervals when the stress fracture occurred in that joint on the engine mount, or the pylon, basically. Rob, I've seen that. So basically, because of the issue currently, the supply chain issue and the Pratt & Whitney engine issue, Pratt & Whitney have had to obviously revamp their fan disc production, because there was the batch of fan discs that were deemed to have this imperfection, which could lead to earlier stress fractures or failure. So Pratt & Whitney, as they're rolling out new aircraft, which Airbus are trying to do the whole time, they're trying to roll out new deliveries. Embraer, no different, the A320s. So there's a struggle to be able to supply new aircraft with the engines they need, as well as carry out the remedial work on the aircraft already in the air. So there was a A321neo, 6 years old, last week, that was basically scrapped because it has engines on it that have had the remedial work done. Therefore, the fan disc issue doesn't apply to those set of engines, and those engines are worth more than the aircraft itself. So what that carrier has done is they've sold the 2 engines, made their money back on the plane, and now they're parting out the plane or scrapping the plane in pieces, selling parts of it to make even more money. But yet, any of the Airbus with Pratt & Whitney engines that are about 5 or 6 years old that have had the remedial fan disc work done, those engines are worth more than the plane now. Because you have a number of carriers around the world that have large portions of their fleet grounded or awaiting this emergency work done on the Pratt & Whitney GTF engines. So Airbus are looking to increase their monthly production rate, but they need Pratt & Whitney to be able to keep up, 1 with the new engine builds and 2 with the remedial work on the GTF fan discs. So initially they believed it would be 300 days per aircraft for the fan disc remedial work to be done. Now, Pratt & Whitney have opened up a number of hubs since then, and the downtime is down to 150 days. So from the time the plane parks up, engines off, the fan discs, the faulty fan discs replaced, 150 days. So the danger some carriers are facing, the likes of Swiss Airlines, they invested heavily in a new fleet of A320s, but unfortunately those are the ones that have this fan disc imperfection. So the maintenance schedule for all those A320s was brought forward to reduce the risk of premature failure. And that's why you're seeing so many of the A320s around the world now grounded, awaiting this remedial work. I believe at one point Wizz Air had 50% of their fleet on the ground due to these engine issues as well. There's one Indian carrier that went out of business because their whole fleet had to be grounded. Now, they were always going out of business, but the engine issue didn't help. So, the 330neos that Aer Lingus are getting, the first one of them isn't due for delivery until 2028. Now that could be brought forward, but I don't know whether Aer Lingus are going to manage the next 2 years on the 330s they have. I know we've 2 more coming back from Manchester. They've already said where they're deploying them. I think one's going Toronto and another one is going JFK. they're going to be used for that. So
Echo wind 110 knots, 0, way 10 right, clear for takeoff. Bye-bye. 10 right, clear takeoff, Canada Emirates, Echo, bye-bye.
John, no stress. Good to see you. Never even thought of that, Rob. Yeah, it's directly in line where the chat would be on the telly. Sorry about that. Nothing I can do now, but if I'm using it next time, I will adjust accordingly. I'll put it over the other side. Could you not just turn your telly into portrait mode and fix it? I wonder what the telly rotates if you picked it up. Phones do. Seymour, welcome. ERB, don't work too hard, and thank you for being here.
4, line up runway 10 right.
4, line up runway 10 right, down 4.
Connor, we only mentioned earlier on there, according to the news, there'll be legislation before Cabinet this week to remove the cap.
Channel down 40,000, 110 right, 1 knots, 0, 110 right, for takeoff.
Look at this!
Down 40 right, down 4 stops, bye-bye.
Where we're going, we don't need runway. So they've painted a 320neo, a 321neo, a 350, a 380, and another. What's the other one? It wasn't a 340. That annoyed me. But apparently they're getting rid of their 340s by October. Yeah. But there's 5 painted. I just can't remember what they are. Oh, 747. No. Yeah, sorry. So 320neo, 321neo, 350, 380 and a 747. That's what they've all painted into the 100th anniversary paint scheme. Rachie, welcome along. It was mentioned yesterday on Ado's stream, mods no longer have spanners. They've all been upgraded to shields with the biscuit risk from Patricia. Carca, I heard nothing. I've been watching it. Now, I was in contact directly with Shannon's media team. Hopefully I get the word at least a day in advance so I can get down there. I'm not holding my breath though. Biscuit deflecting shields.
Sherman 77 Charlie, wind 110 degrees, 14 knots, looking 20, runway 10 right here for takeoff. Bye-bye. Runway 12 right here, right here for takeoff, Sherman 77 Charlie, goodbye. Sherman 1, I can't remember, get off. Line up runway 10 right.
Kevin, how do? Providing they give me enough time to get there, absolutely. I think, like, I know I give out about YouTube sometimes, but I think they took very prompt action this time, recognising the risk caused by Patricia and helping the mods overcome that. Rob, thank you for 9 months in the Spanish Club. Shredderhead, how do? David Hogan, how do?
Take off runway 10 right, 3 max 4 Sierra Kilo, bye bye. Ryanair 690.
Shredderhead, congrats on 23 months, one away from the 24. Nice one. And Kjarke, thank you very much. Kjarke gifting 10 memberships to you as well. Correctly fitted nose cone. Rory, yep, will do. Like I said, it completely left my mind that that's where the chat is on the telly. Michelle, welcome. Declan, welcome back. Lana, welcome. Alan, welcome to the chat as well.
Sherlock 990, good afternoon, line up away from runway 10 right. Line up away 10 right, come on, 990.
The height of that already. No, Rory, it makes sense not to have it blocked, you know.
Ryanair
Thomas, the cap has nothing to do. Unfortunately, we're beyond time when putting infrastructure into Dublin for a 380 would make sense. Emirates will start retiring their ones in 2040. There's no point in them spending however much money would be required now to make a gate available for a 380, as well as losing gates around it here at Dublin at a time when they're going to be increasing capacity for an aircraft that's going to start retiring in 14 years. There's no point. Connor, there is no Terminal 3. Terminal 3 is a group of businessmen that own a plot of land in the middle of the airport, outside of the perimeter fences, looking to put in their own hub. It's never going to happen. With T1 and T2 as it is already not at capacity, there's no grounds for a T3. So what they wanted to do, this private venture, they wanted to create a Terminal 3 in land owned behind the pillars is where they own. And they wanted to basically put a cargo hub in. But DAA only operates on land it owns. Terminal 3 would be owned by someone else. DAA will never have that. That business group have been offered money by DAA for that patch of land, but not the money they wanted, so they refused. someone mentioned recently as well, Emirates are reverting back to 2 daily for the summer, getting rid of the third flight that we currently have. So are they doing that because they just can't get the slot, or are they doing that because the demand isn't there for the third flight? Kevin, I said that. If you owned a plot of land in the middle of the airport there, you could put in a raised viewing area, cafe, parking, the whole lot, instead of it just being an empty field. Exactly. They're not going to allow a competing company access their runway, so to speak. Like, capacity is there. They've modelled it that the airport can comfortably handle 42 million passengers a year in its current setup, and the runways are only half in use. We're in segregated mode every day, one arriving, one departing, whereas the actual plan was to have parallel operations arriving and departing on both runways. So there's plenty of expansion room still available at Dublin. That's right, John. I read that they handed back the 5th slot. Carl, exactly, that plot of land they own in there, if they raised it up on a platform, kind of like an artificial mound, something very similar to what Manchester have at the side of the runway, you could view both runways from the one spot. Cafe, car park, the whole lot.
579, good stop, taxi here at 7, line up runway 0. That's the way to
Graham, chat soon. Thank you again for being here, as always. So yeah, Emirates did look for 5 daily slots in Manchester, and they've handed one back, so they're staying at 4.
Running 8579, wind is 120, 15 knots, 122, runway 10 right there for takeoff, bye-bye. Yeah, for takeoff, runway 10 right, thank you, waiting. 8579.
Dave Flynn, welcome along. So Connor, they're building remote stands, not gates, remote stands. Jet 2 321 on taxi for an engine test. If it's empty, it's going to be a rocket departure.
Ryanair 442, Dublin 130 degrees, 12 knots, max 22 knots, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff, Dublin.
Nope. James, the Lufty departed at 11:54. Swiss Wookie on taxi. So they always go the opposite of me. If I'm at the pillars, they go 7. If I'm over here, they go 6. Emmy, start up.
We're on the bump. 442 132 decimal 580. Sorry, 3258. Ryanair 64 Charlie Delta, hello, CR7, line up and wait, runway 10 right. Okay, line up, up to the rest of that 10 right, Ryanair 64 Charlie Delta. Ryanair 64 Charlie Delta, surface wind 120 degrees, 12 knots, max 20 knots, runway 10 right, clear takeoff,
the sweeper. Sorry. Perfectly timed as always.
Swiss 9 Echo Low, taxi Sierra 6, line up and wait runway 10 right.
Sierra 6. Told you.
Swiss 9 Echo Low, taxi Sierra 6, line up and wait runway 10 right.
Sarah Jane, there is a restaurant called Runway 28 at the top of the Carlton Hotel, and you can go up there if you're in the restaurant, but you can't just go up for the crack. You have to be a customer. I don't think plane spotting's allowed at Istanbul though, is it? There was a Wookiee, but I think the trucks drowned it out. I forgot my cones to close the road. They going for a takeoff flight, or are they just doing an engine test, I wonder? Chris is the other side over at Sierra. Stand by.
Ryanair 2309 surface wind 130 degrees, 11 knots, max 19.
You're over there.
10 right, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. 10 right, goodbye.
This is what John Walton tuned in for. Rarely ever sees these. Is this one that was doing the charters at the weekend and had a problem?
6 Roman Cherry, standby for KLM, 737, flight number 300.
KLM intersect by 6. We'll stick with the Emirates. So Adrian, when I looked last night, Retro had no flights today. So obviously they needed to use Retro this morning as a stopgap. But there was actually, today was meant to be a down day for Retro. Pack mate, welcome. Alistair, welcome back as well. Big smiley head.
Jefferson, 120 degrees, 11 knots, max 60 knots, runway 10 right, get back off for me. Take off 10 right, Denver, going to go ahead again.
David Moore, welcome. Unfortunately, I did miss Qatar arriving. I should see it depart though. See, during the week there was an MD-83 over from the US to Shannon, and then it was meant to be going from Shannon to Hurghada. Is that right? Hurghada? Got over Wales and U-turned and went back to Shannon. It's the second one of them in recent weeks.
Ryanair 1964, hello, back to here, 6 runway 10 right.
Richard, all good, how are you?
Ryanair 1964 here, 6 surface wind 120 degrees, 11 knots, max 20 knots, runway 10 right, clear takeoff fully. Runway 10 right, clear takeoff, Ryanair 1964.
Shredderhead says on it.
12 whiskey surface wind 120 degrees, 12 knots, max 19 knots, runway 10 right, clear takeoff fully. Takeoff 10 right, 160 by now.
Shredderhead, yeah. Look who came to visit. Look who came to visit. Still a little bit sniffly, Shredderhead, but worst of it over. 2 days, 3 days curled up in a ball on the couch will do that. Little Guido on a trailer. J-Ro, welcome. So, just waiting for our next departure. I think there's something hiding here with a beacon on. I think could have arrived though. Couple of Aer Lingus, one is Mel Taxi and a Ryanair. Thanks, Patricia. That was Aer Lingus from Malaga. All right. Down on the ground, sorry. The only thing I will say, I know we were talking about capacity for 42 million passengers a year. When we were here last summer, remember the queues for stands? And that was at what? 700, 800 flights a day. Imagine if that went to 1,000. Chris, the road you're on, if you follow that road the whole way around the tower and out the other side, there's a set of traffic lights with a little bit of a hill beside it. You can park one wheel on the gravel there so you don't get stuck. And you can watch from that little hill. Chino, watching in Manila.
Hello, Sierra 67.
Hello to you.
Can I fight to Victor? Can I fight to Victor? Where's your type? Sierra 6 Culture 10 report fully ready. Sierra 6, Culture 10 call you. Sierra 616 November, got a CSAT 1417, let me send a ready that you're destined out any improvement. Report fully ready. Thanks, Mel. Can I fight to Victor or fully ready? Can I fight to Victor, line up 1110 right? Line up 10 right. Thank you.
Chino, no, we have no flights directly between Dublin and the Philippines.
Sterling 91 Mike Victor, 1 figure, 1 figure, 1 right here for takeoff right now. Beautiful takeoff, runway 10 right, Wally 901 Mike, go by, thank you. Number 7, I leave it here, 67. There's an A3M taxi there, it's closer, they're right before the here.
That's after setting a car alarm off in the blue car park. The rumble. So this Ryanair up here at Sierra 7 has been told they're being held. They're ahead of schedule. So they're asking everything behind to go Sierra 6 at the moment. Let's see what happens.
Jensen 8 for Uniform, Sierra 6, line up on the 10 right. Sierra 6, line point 1 to right.
Reckon Adrian would make a great little conductor for one of those tours, wouldn't he? Back, sorry, had to lurk for a bit. I fell asleep. That's what that is.
Jensen 8 for Uniform, 130, take that.
Sheila, chat soon. Rebecca, welcome.
You'll take off on your right here.
There goes Mel. Rebecca, the Lufty departed 11:54. Freddie, how do? Alright, welcome back. Sean Hunter, how do? They've gone reverse retro on def, look. Freddie, still a little bit sniffly, but other than that, okay, the worst of it has passed, thankfully.
6110 degrees at 12, 6180 right to take off.
Dude, in Porto. For those in the Discord group, have a look at Dean's departure on Saturday morning. Just don't have it too loud. Saying nothing else. EI XLR. Still raining in Porto. You shouldn't have asked to borrow me cloud. Bring it with you.
Chester 4 to 0, line up on the wind right and wait. Line up, 1 0 and wait, Chester 4 to 0.
Posty, EIGPO. Gust caught them there after rotation. You see that pushing them to the left. Maria, thank you for 13 months in the Spotters Club. And Dean with the big 28, 28 months. John, your first one didn't have an exclamation mark. Shiny and new XLX. It's our first time seeing it on stream. Delivered a little over a week ago. So as it stands, I believe Aer Lingus have now received all their XLRs and they've used all their options for the 320neos. So nothing else due now until the next IAG batch comes through.
Hello, 067. Confirm primary, right one. Thank you, report fully ready. Primary to right 1506, line up from right 10 right. 606, line up 10 right, right.
So I believe it is XLT that had the landing gear break on landing. I've not heard any update as to what was happening. It was online though. Last week, you could see it on flight radar in the hangar. Transponder on for whatever reason. Richard, chat soon. Sitting in the Hard Rock Cafe in Porto, out of the rain. It's just as well you brought the builder's jacket with you though, isn't it? Frank says that was the 23rd of January yet. The transponder was on, sat in the hangar, so who knows? Oh. Stand by. Why, hello. I'm not trusting that one. Its face scares me. Do you remember in the film Congo? The evil gorillas had that white chalky face. That's what that reminds me of. Look. Yeah, don't trust you. Coming over. Don't know what you're talking about. No plane departing. Shush. Shush. Dreamweaver, hello. 17 months in the Spotters Club for Dreamweaver. Thank you. Snow machines on the move. That's always a good sign.
Thank you, report fully ready. Roger. Ryanair 900 fully ready. Ryanair 900 thank you, by CRC, line up for emergency. CRC 70810 Ryanair 900.
Look, it's only going to snow if the farmer says so. Them's the rules. Geraldo in Brazil, welcome back. Frank's Adrian was live while that was happening. There was damage to the Sierra taxiway between 5 and 4. So they were being sent down onto the runway at 2 to backtrack. Here's our snow machines. They were being sent down the runway to backtrack from Sierra 2 to Sierra 5 and then depart 6 or 7. Patrick, afternoon to you. Sarah Jane says, doesn't matter what the weather does now that I'll be working from home, huh? What's wrong with you? They're pushing against the fence now. I'm guessing Ruby has sent them. Did I anger Ruby? They're getting scritches on the fence. It's okay. Should I go out in the stampede? I went doing what I like. I'm alright. They just want friends. Yeah. What are you looking at? Just want to trample on people, that's all they want to do. Frank says, give that fella a membership. ATR inbound on the north side. Try get it. There's nothing coming out this side currently. Sorry. Stepping around the tripod. Now we have 2 Ryanairs. Trample in a friendly way. Yeah. They won't aim for the face. Thanks, Derek. No, 7. 7.
Any buy any here 6-7. We'll go Ryanair. When an answer was standing, but 95 of Tango Roger, report fully ready, taxi here 644 only 10, right?
So we have one going 7 and one going 6.
Ryanair 32 Charlie Quebec, fully ready upon reach. 32 Charlie Quebec, Roger, and by share 7 minus 110, alright.
Fan club at the fence is growing.
95 after Tango, body ready for pressure, what's alright? Ryanair 95 after Tango, Roger. Ryanair 95 after Tango, put a 2 in the Calais one, so it wasn't really changed to you, set. Roger, tier 7 and hold short of 0 right.
I had a co-worker from Dublin, but he called it Dublin. That's actually how I talk. This is just my stream voice. Outside the stream, and I'm all, what's the starty board? How's it going? What are you at?
Final 32 Charlie Quebec, 120 degrees 11, dusting 20, runway 10 right, clear takeoff. Clear for takeoff on runway 10 right, Ryanair 32 Charlie Quebec. Better 9 o'clock off the single line up on the 10 right.
Don't make that noise again. What's wrong with us, Sandra? Huh? The channel is called Dubjet, you know, for Dublin, so technically it would be authentic to have that voice going the whole time. Storybook, exactly, see? Ryanair lining up, innit? Jay, welcome along. Obviously, I did grow up in Dublin, but yeah, my mother would have battered me if I spoke like that.
I've offered Tango 120 degrees 14 lifting 20 runway 10 right there, take that.
Ruby, after this one, we'll get you some cows again. They're behind me. I was never allowed to say the word ma. If I even attempted to say the word ma, I got killed. Ma'am or mother, nothing else. And just let Ruby say hello to our friends. Since she sent them to get me, like. Look at the scritches, look. Scritches! Hasn't the Dublin accent been voted one of the most attractive accents? Not sure that one specifically. Can't imagine so. Jay, she is the cat's mother. That's the one I used to get. I don't understand that one either. But yeah. Oh, they all have hay on their backs from lying down in it, I presume. They have a little enclosure in the field behind me that's filled with hay. Hey, hey, hey. I'm not going down to the fence to say hello. You'll never hear from me again. Ruby has them well trained. Look all innocent, but they're not. Jay, my mother will absolutely deny this. She'll say it never happened. But one summer in my very early teens, I was out on the road with friends and my mother overheard me cursing and she made me gargle soapy water so I'd never do it again. That went horribly wrong for her. I do quite well to control myself because every second word out of my mouth is usually starting with an F. I remember shouting at her, I'm going to ring child line and report you. And she said, I'm going to ring mother line and report you. And I was like, ooh, touche. Right, rain's starting to get heavy. Yeah, exactly. Stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. What? Freddie, I'm forever blowing bubbles. Which end, Freddie? Or don't cross your eyes, you'll hit your head and stay that way, apparently. That was another one. So, rain shower just clipping that end of the airport currently. Oh wow. Sorry, Adrian. Wow. We made you a moderator so you'd stop lowering the tone.
Remain safe to the river. Clear attention control zone, not about 2000 feet, 90902, be set to the Qatar Airways. Thank you very much. Out to the bay, we'll left down, coasting out to 500 foot over the water. Planning towards the Yeah, we'll just we'll see how the weather goes for us. We'll head out via Dublin area offshore, left down there, and we'll get back down right maybe.
Exactly, Freddie. It's not the conduct we expect of Dublin Airport, Moses. He's not lying though.
Door 4 fully ready. Right, yeah, Lufthansa 6 feet up. Lufthansa 6 feet up, I Sierra 4 line up on the window, right?
Sierra 4 for the ATR department. Again. May, chat to you soon. I'm glad to see you're feeling better, and thanks for being here with us. David, I would have thought it was his version of being bad, no? Consistently, since the PlayStation comments last year in chat about divorce, that trend keeps reoccurring. I can't believe I married you.
Ryanair 3 back, fully ready, Ryanair 3 back. Thank you, Sir David. Ryanair 3 back. Ryanair 3 back, I see 6 line up on the window, right? I see 6 line up on your right, Ryanair 3 back.
Gotta catch me first. Thanks, Derek. The wind has shifted since we started now, so what was a slight crosswind is now a full-on headwind for them on this runway. You can see Sock has a little bit more oomph to it as well. So when they have a good headwind, they don't need full length. We might see Sierra 6 use a little bit more.
Coast Guard Island 116, descending now, coasting out to 500 feet. Coast Guard Island 116, Roger, right to head, ready for go. Coast Guard Island 116.
Let's not. Sandra, let's not. The 3 A330s in the afternoon during the summer will be joined by a 4th the late Washington switching to the 330. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Andy. I think that's one of the ones they're taking back from Manchester. Once it's finished there, they're adding, is it Toronto and Washington? I think.
Ryanair 160 Mike, hello, Sierra 67. Ryanair 160 Mike. Ryanair 160 Mike, taxi Sierra 6, hold short, 10 right, report fully ready. If I want fully ready, Ryanair 160 Mike. Ryanair 160 Mike, via Sierra 6, line up runway 10 right. Via Sierra 6, line up runway 10 right, Ryanair 160 Mike.
The way the runway merged with the horizon there, it kind of looked like that was floating before it rotated, didn't it? And Duz is gone for repainting now as well. So that just leaves one, doesn't it? EAV, is that right? In the green.
Mike, wind 120 degree 12 knots, 918, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, 10 right, Ryanair 160 Mike.
Ryanair 278 Charlie, hello, taxi via Sierra 6 and line up runway 10 right.
Sierra 6, clear up flight runway 10 right, Ryanair 278 Charlie.
See what I mean there? Look, it looks like it's floating, look. Freddie, that's where he bought his house. He doesn't need to get sent there, he lives there.
Ryanair 278 Charlie, wind 120 degree 9 knots, 918, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff, bye.
Runway 10 right, takeoff,
Central 92 Bravo, hello, correct Sierra 6 or 07 for departure. Central 90 Bravo, taxi Sierra 6, line up runway 10 right.
Unfortunately, they're all opting for 6 at the moment.
Airline 16, sir. About 7% by the 15. Delta 90 Bravo with 129, 118, so my 108, 5.
Kind of have to be careful now tracking this too far, because you can see with that breeze it's driving the rain that little bit, so I can't point upwards too much. I can, however, easily follow inbound. Jay, no. Obviously, registrations do not get recycled. So EIDW was in the 70s or 80s. Piper Seneca, I believe, long since scrapped, but they don't reuse registrations, so we shan't see an EIDW again. Just over there near those marker boards, there's a load of bird activity. You can just about see one or two of them, but they're all behind there for some reason. Now, I need to move this microphone just so it doesn't get wet. Stand by one. Franks, I seen yesterday, I was in work and I had reason to be over in the terminal near the Ryanair end of things, and when I looked out there was a Pegasus laid up on the west apron. While you won't find it on flight radar, if you do go onto Google and look up EIDW aircraft, you will see a picture of the old one. Again, Sierra 6 and rain. We were okay until that wind shifted. But with that wind shift now coming straight in on top of us, we'll see how we go. Patricia, did you go for the cabin? Patricia, have a look and see how much it is to add it. We were obviously on the very early one when we were going over to the Mac Loop in Wales last year, and we added the cabin. I think it was only 35 quid. your own space. You can sleep for the 3 odd hours. Unless you're on the super fast, of course, then that's different. You won't need it really. But the public areas of the ferry can be fairly crammed during the summer months. That's exactly it, Jay. It's always worth it. Both of our trips were early, and we had done it the year before without the cabin, just in the normal seating, and it was mayhem. So the second year we went with the cabin, and it made a world of difference. Set your alarm for a half hour before you're due to arrive, and then just forget about it. Has a shower, a toilet, the whole lot. Dennis, looking for an ark or even a dodgy boat would do. Drowned rats down here in Tip. Again, it is meant to hopefully stop raining by the weekend, but we could be dealing with snow apparently. Jay says they wake you up by switching the main lights and banging on the door anyway. Someone was found still in his bunk 2 hours after arrival, was he? What did I do to deserve that? Getting sent a big hug. Huh? Dennis, scientists are closely monitoring the Irish people to see if we develop gills through evolution. BA to Heathrow. And there should be a little bit of standing water here because we haven't had a departure from 7 in a while. So bring it back and we'll see. No, not as much as I thought. Since New Year's Day, it has rained 32 of the 40 days since. Yeah, wow. It's unreal, isn't it? I don't think we went through as long of a spell last year with constant rain, but we did have an extended spell last year as well. And the effect it has on people is unreal, on your health, on your mood. It's just unreal. First bit of sun and we'll all be happy and cheery again. They were talking about it on the news. Aberdeen hasn't had a single hour of sunlight so far this year. Aberdeen. Yeah, Jay, last year when we went over in the morning, we were scheduled to go on the Superfast, but it changed the night before due to high winds and rough seas. So that's when I jumped on and got the cabin, because I knew we were going to be on for longer. And even in the cabin, asleep, you could feel how rough it was. It was crazy. Dreamt I was on a rocking horse. Alex, afternoon to you. Think of the money they save on sunblock. John, I'm just looking forward to going streaming and not have to dress like the Michelin man to be here. Would you believe all last year, I think I only wore shorts once while streaming. Just because of the amount of time you're stood here, you're prone to burning. So while I wouldn't be wearing a hoodie, I'd be wearing a long sleeve t-shirt and light cargo pants or whatever. But yeah, no, I tend not to. On my first sun holiday, I had a horrific experience where I told my parents, don't worry, I never burn. And I stayed in the pool too long with my shoulders out of the pool. And that night, first night of the holiday, I ended up with horrific blisters on my shoulders. And natural yogurt apparently is great for that kind of thing, except for when your little brother turns up the fridge. So the yogurt was almost frozen going on top of my sun blisters. Oh my God, just ate my last piece of brie and now it's raining. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ooh. EIAER, Air, owned by AirCap. executives, one of the largest aircraft leasing companies in the world. A lot of the EI registered aircraft you see with the likes of ITA and SAS, all owned by this company. But the Speedos are always outside the pants anyway, so it doesn't make a difference what I wear. Feels more superhero-y that way.
Negative full length for us today. Thank you, sir. 07, right up, wait. 07, right up, wait.
So, AirCap's Gulf Stream. Captain Sickbag and Tony, how do?
Just 74 knots, line up runway 10 right. Planespotting, wind just off and turn off. Qatar, I know line up Papa, line up runway 10 right, wait. Line up runway 10 right and wait, Qatar, line up Papa. We got the red stop bar here at 07.
Qatar heading back to Doha. Qatar, line up Papa, 1 2 0 3, 1 2 9.
Runway 10 right. Take off runway 10 right.
Tom, morning to you for you. Afternoon from here.
Go to Weston and then into the Romeo 15. Forward to Romeo. We're in the Sierra 6 wait terminal now. Just Romeo Sierra 6 minutes away. Sierra 6 miles away.
Folks, I know I've mentioned it before, but Tom obviously on his channel does a lot of overhead spotting where he is in the US, sees an awful lot of heavy overhead and aircraft that we wouldn't ever normally see anywhere near here. Well worth a watch and a follow. Tom's overhead channel. Dennis, chat soon. Mike, welcome along.
Kelly, 6, contact Black Cargo 1375 for executive.
Jay, I imagine airlines will do whatever they can to fight that. Their whole model is based on charging you to bring that bag with you. See, that's why I like Aer Lingus, right? It's not absolutely mad cheap like Ryanair is, but the basic fare with Aer Lingus includes a free checked bag, 10 kg. So you're paying the lowest price possible and you can bring a bag once you check it. So anywhere I'm going, I always look and see what prices Aer Lingus are first. That's not this one. There is another Aer Lingus intersecting down at 6. James, the schedule changes with work all the time, but where I can, I always stream on Mondays, Wednesdays or Fridays. Between weather and me being sick last week, we haven't really had a full week in about 2-3 weeks, but that will be changing hopefully this week. We're going to be doing today, Wednesday and Friday. That Friday may change to Thursday depending on when the rugby charters come in. We'll want to be here for the ETA arrival, so like Ryanair's whole model is based on you going for that next step up that lets you bring a 10 kg bag and priority boarding. No one's going to pay that next step up if it's just priority boarding. They've done very well, if I'm honest, convincing people they need priority boarding. Like, your seat's not going anywhere. You've still paid for it. But you have to get on the plane first. But priority boarding now isn't about the seats anymore. It's all about room in the overhead bins. But Jay, Lufthansa and Swiss and KLM are the same. Now, they have a different one. They have an 8 kg limit instead of a 10. But as part of your basic price with them, you have an 8 kg bag.
Exactly. Zone entry approved, Melbourne 2000 to QNH is 9901, report episode. 9901.
Declan, exactly that. It gets to the point where it's pointless having priority if everyone's paying for it. James, yes. So, believe it or not, there's actually 340 today departures. So, we did see during the summer there, just gone, over 400 to 450 departures some days. But again, it'll be spread across the week. Tuesday, what was historically one of the quietest days of the week even, during the summer became one of the busiest days. It was crazy. Tony, they'll just invent super priority. Exactly that. Welcome back, Graham. You see, that's exactly what happened initially when they introduced priority. Everyone went with priority, and then people were all wheeling bags on, which meant the bins, before boarding had finished, the overhead bins were all full, so people's bags were going in the hold anyway. So now that they've limited it to 90, according to, who said that? Stuart? Like, unless you're on business and you have a really tight schedule, checking your bag for free with Aer Lingus and collecting it at the carousel when you land isn't that much of a big deal. Obviously, if it suits people to be able to run out of the airport or have a connecting flight that they're in a rush for, yes. But if you're just going away, what's the rush? So Richard, 4 years ago, myself and Ruth were to go to Geneva for her birthday, and 2 weeks beforehand I ended up back in hospital and requiring the heart surgery again, so that was cancelled. We finally got round to booking something again. We're going to go to Zurich for her birthday in May, and then I'm contemplating going to far away during the summer as a family. We'll see. Freddie, exactly. Too easy to put stuff in people's head. I need priority. Exactly. For what reason?
Small comp there for you about 30 seconds ago. Look there now. Yes, I'm sorry, I was coordinating probably go the air system also.
So fly out on an Air Baltic Wookie and back on a 320neo Swiss in May. It's only 3 days, but again, just nice to actually do something we had planned to do. Mark, I tell you, the only issue I'm having looking at holidays and far away is the prices of the hotels, because obviously the two boys, one is 21 and the other 16. It'd be the first time going away where they'd required our own kind of room away from us. paying for 2 rooms at a hotel ain't cheap. So I'm exploring the Airbnb option, we'll see. Nothing booked though. Johnny, how do? Tense, exactly, yeah. I've never used Airbnb before, so interesting experience looking through the stuff, kind of trying to judge how safe it is or how safe it isn't. Max in Costa Rica, afternoon to you. Truck driver that just went by looked naked in the cab. Shredderhead, chat soon. Let me know how deal, no deal goes. I'll have a look. Be-Life, Bandea, private apartment. Thanks, Mark. We'll have a look. You can hear Lawuke in the background, parking at the terminal. If it doesn't move, child.
Okay, sir, you're not going to be valid at the stage at the moment. Traffic from the inbound on IFR. There's another one from the west IFR also. So, do you want to hold there with you? Roger, and I can do my exams. I can jump back later.
Mark says, well, no, Mark, we won't discuss that out loud, Mark, if that's the case, because then it'll be used against me in future. So, no, you can't see anything from that hotel.
west, holding into the trail, just bring your 12 o'clock there and about 4 miles out of the airside. And heavy 6 Coast Guard heading inbound from South Bray for tonight. They're currently low level 5 feet.
This one does not have the out of line nose cone.
Thank you. Coast Guard 160, copy. That's paper 3 at Delta Bravo, 1103, 9 knots, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff. Ryanair, Romeo, flight is 1003 meters, runway 10 right, clear for takeoff.
On your right, just like a man, I you're on the way.
Qatar 16 approaching, pigeon out Henry for climb and offers to Planespotting. Coast Guard 16 approved and report now. Thank you. Hold on. Ryanair 8904, 1003, 9 or not, runway 10 right, 50, lovely. Everything up 10
Max, yes, KLM, Air France, Swiss. Just remember that this is a major Ryanair and obviously Aer Lingus home base. So, oh, look at the wingler.
That I'm for traffic for that is currently about 12 miles. Yeah, absolutely, sir, yeah.
Well, they always have the winkies. Sorry. Stuff you should have thought through before you said. No, they've always had the little blinking lights. Just the fact that it was all blue. Yeah, John, so EI Haw, EI Hay, H-E-Y, and Hat, I believe now, are the ones, are they?
Ryanair 19 Tango Mike, 100 green right or not? Runway 10 right, can you take that? Take up 10 right, Ryanair 19 Tango Mike.
That was nearly as quick as the empty jet too.
You will have a short delay behind the ATR departing ahead, so if you wish, you can go to the airset. Check for what you're doing, or not. Runway 10 right here,
But if they want to start painting Malta Air winglets all blue, I don't mind. Because it's ridiculous as it is. BA Embraer to London City. One in, one out. David, you are correct. The Malta Air should only be one colour. I give out about it being two. Richard, chat later. I'm in work tonight myself. So, Sandra, nice little way again. I know you don't have that issue, but Airbus and Boeing difference. On the Boeings, you'll see the little white wingtip light flashes once. On the Airbus, it's a double tap light, flashes twice. So at night time, if you have an aircraft going overhead and you're seeing one white flash, it's a Boeing. If you're seeing two, it's an Airbus. taken out of context, that statement, Sandra, is interesting. I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Right, I just want to let you know.
Brian, thank you for being here. We'll chat to you soon.
Mike Tango Echo, okay, we'll take full length here, standard Mike Tango Echo. Mike Tango Echo, roger, taxi 07, hold short of 0 right. Taxi hold short of 07, hold short 10 right, Mike Tango Echo. Number 34 down, 03 to 8 now, runway 10 right, clear, take off.
Sorry now, just fixing something here. Apologies.
Flight 3, you're just CR6, line up runway 10 right. Runway 10 right, go echo CR7, line up 10 right, wait, number 2, approach. Sir, line up and wait, CR7, number 2 for departure, yeah.
Kieran, welcome. So this is one of the Ryanair Challengers used for crew and part transport around Europe.
Okay. The company calls when Flight race by 2, welcome to your sign it up.
So Ryanair have been slowly replacing their fleet of Learjets with these Bombardier Challengers. We are nearly at the point of winding up. I had hoped some of the 330s would be out that little bit sooner, but it doesn't look like it. I have to be in work for 5, so I'm going to be wrapping up in the next couple of minutes. Aviation geek, welcome.
Right, Tango Echo, 1003, Snyder, not runway 10 right, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. Takeoff from 10 right, Mike, Bravo Tango Echo, bye-bye.
Most welcome, Patricia and Derek. Folks, thank you very much for keeping me company today. I do hope to be with you Wednesday. We'll see what the airport brings us. Obviously, if there's anything interesting in the meantime and I can be here, I will. We might start with an earlier stream Wednesday, see if we can't get some of the big heavy transatlantic traffic on stream for a change. And then we will work around the rugby charters either Thursday or Friday. So ETA is coming in, all blue. Have to see that. A big shout out to those that gifted or celebrated milestones. Thank you for the support for the channel, it's much appreciated. Mods, as always, you are awesome. And even YouTube thinks so. You've upgraded to shields. It's all Patricia's fault. Right, I'm away. Thanks very much, everyone, and see you Wednesday.
Located, something on your right. Okay, rescue 1 for